bike, put the fan on. The fan is on. Hopefully we should be live, up and running. Buckle up for a few hours. $10. That's us off and running. I need to disconnect my sound here from my phone and get my music on. If you are coming along for the ride, thanks very much. This is the full Prudential Ride London route, 107 miles for Strathcarron Hospice. So there is a group of people all doing a ride, each of their own distance, to make up the distance of Land's End John O'Groats. So 1,000 miles. All the proceeds going to Strathcarron Hospice. Gordy Russell's already on course. He started at 9 this morning. We might see him at some point. Who have we got on the right there? Pedal Power, Alan Maxwell. Is that Maxwell, is it? Right, wee Maxwell. Cheers for coming along, Aldo. So we've got on the stream there's a live chat that I can almost see. I've got my computer in front of me, my iPad there, my phone here. So if you, throughout the ride, I'm not expecting everybody to stay here for the duration, but if you're dropping in and out, you have any questions or chat that you want to put on the chat, try and keep me interested, keep anyone else interested that's watching as well. I've put gloves on today just because I'm going to be on for, I don't know actually, I mean, but maybe 4.5 hours. If more people come on and ride along, then we'll get a good group and a good slipstream going, and I'll move faster. It's actually not too bad today because the weather's cooled down a lot. It was pretty warm yesterday. I imagine doing this indoors yesterday would have been not the nicest. I've got a nice big fan down there. He's my biggest fan. So it's quite cool in the cave just now. I'll just drop the link onto Facebook. we've got there? Pete Bradbury. Welcome along, Pete. Willie Gunn. There's a name I've not seen for a few years. If it is Willie Gunn. I never have thought I'd have seen him on Zwift. If it is you. So we'll see how quick, this is going to be 11 laps of the, I think, is it the London Loop? So it basically goes over Box Hill 11 times. Gary McDonald, good wee group forming. Right. Let's get the companion app up. Now I can talk to people on that as well. Hamish is on. There's the wee chatty. Morning, lads. So see who sticks in for the whole thing. Maxwell, he's pretty hardcore. Pete might do it as well. Gary McDonald, he'll not stick in for it all because he'll want to go out and smash his legs in because it'll not be hard enough for him now. He'll be sitting here. He'll be sitting here like, come on! Hi guys, we've got 107 miles to go, mate. Gavin Alexander, cheers for jumping on, Gav. So if you want to join in and you're following me on Zwift, then all you have to do is just load up Zwift on and then on your home page. I'll keep an eye in case you're not following me. If you follow, I think we have to both be following each other. When you jump on, my name will show up as one of the people that you follow, and then you can just click on me and it'll put you into this little group that we've got just now. So at the moment we've got Gary McDonald, Alan Maxwell, Gavin Alexander, Pete Bradbury, and when you're in this group you'll actually will move along a lot faster. So the more we've got, the quicker we go, the quicker we get finished. The less time you have to sit and look at me. It's only 10 o'clock, so then imagine unless you're a cyclist you'll be up at this time on a Sunday morning, unless you've got dogs. tunes on. Spotify Massive Dance Classics is my one now. Bit nostalgia for the old club days. Tune. Tell you, I'll be getting my bandwidth worth today out the internet. I could power the NASA space station, what I've got set up in here at the moment. First time up Box Hill. So the good thing about this, I mean obviously with the lockdown at the moment, people are trying to stay in as much as they can, and well, some people are, some people aren't. But for a lot of people, maybe like the whole gaming thing, like going on and playing your Xbox and stuff like that is pretty good. It's not really getting you fit. So the good thing with the Zwift and the other platforms that are out there, Road Grand Tours, Rouvy, some of these other ones, you can go on and ride with anyone you want. You've got friends all over the world, you can just jump on and do a ride with them. You can chat away as well, set up a Discord channel and you can sit and have your own wee group on a sort of private channel and you can sit and chat away to each other. Still getting your exercise in, still doing your training. And you can control it as well. So the ride guide that I put up for this was between 2.5 and 3.5 watts per kilo. So you'll see over where all the riders' names are on the right hand side of the screen. In the middle there, there's at the moment I'm doing 3.3, 3.2 watts per kilo. So that's how much power I'm producing how much power I am producing per kilogram of body weight. It's all very well having the numbers up on the top left there, so 222 watts, that's fine, but going up a hill at 220 watts for a 70 kilo rider is a lot easier than for a 90 kilo rider. So it can be quite hard to judge how hard in terms of wattage you should be riding at. And the reason that I'm sticking to 2.5 to 3.5 is it keeps me So 3.5 watts per kilo will keep me in zone 2. So zone 2 is basically, as long as I keep fueled, hydrated, I can go for hours and hours and hours at zone 2, and it's very efficient. You don't burn yourself out. Right there. There's Gordy Russell. So we'll see how long we do a lap in. I'm sure from this route, I've done it loads of times, but generally you're either doing specific training or you're in a group and it's moving quite fast. So I think as a rough guess, we're in the low to mid 20s per lap, I think. There's a guy, couple below us. He's doing the full Pru loop. He's done 100k already. Jeez, mate, he wants to be up early. Oh, it's a female. Sorry, Wendy. 7 of 11 laps done. Good effort. So, wonder how long she's been on for. I think we might be closer to 30 minutes per lap at this pace. So I don't see Pete Bradbury's not on screen. We've still got Gary McDonald, Alan Maxwell in the group. 66k an hour. So when you're doing over probably 58k an hour, if you just stop pedalling, your wee guy will go into an aero tuck and you actually still kind of keep the speed if the gradient's good enough. So if you're coming down like some of the big hills like Zwift and some of the steep ones, just do a couple of pedal revs. Obviously not if you're training and you're supposed to be pedaling the bike, but I'm here for a few hours, guys and girls. See, speeding up is that Aldo's been dropped. See, obviously when you're smaller, you're not so good on the downhills. There we go. Got a couple of people watching at the moment. Could you ping a message on the live chat, just a hello, just something like that, just so that I make sure it's working, so that if people come on later on and we get the live chat going, then I can make sure it's sorted. That would be appreciated very much. It's generally quite a good course, this one. It's apart from Box Hill, the course itself's pretty flat, and then obviously this bit here where you've got the side of the escalators. Just back off. It's a wee killer, that one. again, feel free to ask any questions, chat away. Even for the riders that we're riding with, if you've got any questions for them, and I'll ping them a message. Joe will be sending me a message now telling me, when's Gary getting off that bike, he's still got this house to renovate. So back to this course, the Pru Loop. There we go, we're going to be 26-ish minutes, 27 minutes per lap. We need some soda cream after this one, or any other type of chamois cream available on the market. Breakfast this morning was a big bowl of porridge, banana, peanut butter and honey. And that should do me probably most of the way into the second hour. We're not riding at an intense level, we're only riding at zone 2, so using a lot of fat stores. Very efficient. Fat as a source of fuel is a lot more efficient than carbohydrate, but when you start riding hard, you don't burn fat as a fuel source. I think fat's got 9 calories per gram compared to carbohydrate, which is only 4. But once you start riding harder, zone 3, zone 4 and upwards, your body just starts burning more and more carbohydrate, and that's when you've got to eat. So if you're racing or doing an event or a sportive or anything that involves a bit more intensity than just a normal zone 1, zone 2 ride, that's why you need to make sure that you keep fueling. We're shifting along here, 50k an hour. Choo choo! Oh, we're all happy now. This will be the longest ride I've ever done in the turbo. I've done a 4, if I go over the 4 hours today, which I would imagine, I think we will. I've done a 4-hour one before. I remember back in 2010 when we had that really bad winter. And I basically just sat on the turbo 3 hours a day. At the time back then I had the Tax 40s, which was before smart trainers, but it's still all plugged up to your computer, and it had a motor brake on it, and It did exactly what the turbos of today do, just not as interactive as this. So if you go on and do some of the rides, like Tax has still got all the videos out there, you can go and ride famous routes like Alpe d'Huez, Glibby, it's all DVD, like HD quality footage. Other online platforms like Big Ring VR, they have a selection of these videos as well, but most of them are quite short, like maybe 40k, 50k, so they're not huge. Whereas years ago with the Tax 40s, you would get a DVD, you could buy the DVDs, and you basically put your DVD in, and it would take, well, I remember the Alpine Classic route, and that was called the Telegraph, called the Galibier, through the valley, and then finish on Alpe d'Huez, and it was 2.5 to 3 hours. But for a lot of people now on the turbo, these long days don't seem to bother them anymore because they've got so many different platforms there. Zwift, you've got all these races. There's Gary getting itchy already. There we go, Stuart Jarvie. Morning, Stuart. All working well, glad to hear you and see you. Did Aldo get back on? Aye, he's right behind me, mate. Thanks for jumping on. If you're at a loss today, then jump on and join in. It's getting a bit sunnier, but it doesn't let emojis. I don't know why Zwift doesn't let you put emojis up. Oh, I just saw Gordy Russell. Thought I just saw Gordy Russell's name. There we are, 12 seconds up the road. So Gordy started at 9. Messages going here now. Andy Barlow. Andy Barlow runs Dirt School, mountain bike coaching down in the Borders, Glentress and stuff like that. Boy's quite handy on the old mountain bike. Me and Andy used to race when we were kids. like 15, 16-year-old. It's funny still to see all the same faces after like, what are we, 25, 27 years. There he is. We rode mountain bikes when mountain bikes were mountain bikes. Oh, that's fancy stuff now. Oh, remember the day. Remember my first set of suspension forks? There was a set of elastomers in them. It's instead of springs and air and oil, and it's just like this row of elastomers. It almost looked like that. If you've ever watched the film The Rock with Nicolas Cage, when he takes the pile of the missile, the sarin gas or whatever it is out of the tube, that's what your shock absorber was like. And when it got cold, they just froze up. Absolute garbage. But you had to get suspension forks, because the first ever race I did was the second race I did. The first ever race I did on the mountain bike was at Carron Valley, and that was all just basically Land Rover track, quite smooth, and I went up round the Meikle bin, so it really wasn't that bad. I thought, this is great. The next race I did was a British National Mountain Bike Series BMBS, and it was in Hoyk, and it was just rocks, roots, drops, and I was working at the local bike shop through the summer holidays. The next day after, I was trying to lift the bikes to put them up on the hooks, and all my wrists and my forearms and my fingers, they were just that sore. I couldn't actually lift the bikes. So I've got in my locker 4 500ml bottles and 2 750ml bottles for this event. The reason being, I didn't really want to get off the bike, first of all, and I don't know how hot it's going to get in terms of in here. At the moment it's pretty nice, but I do have a skylight in my training room, which, cheers Wayne, which I really need to get a wee blackout blind for. Just to stop that sun belting in there, because it does get hot. So I've got a big fan down there. So anyway, back onto the bottles. In my bottles, got 1 water, 1 diluting juice, 2 carb drinks, and then I've got All Sports summer training formula that we use. So the summer training formula is a carbohydrate and protein mix. So a lot of people don't take a source of protein while they're riding, and it's something that you should really do. So get a few grams of protein in there. It's very calorific as well in terms of carbohydrates. So one of those 500ml bottles is the equivalent to 2.5 gels, 2.5, 3 gels. So gels don't really go well with me. Well, depending on what ones you get. I'll not name and shame anyone's because they might work for other people. Some work for you. You have to find stuff that works for you. Everybody's different. It's like saddles. People are, oh, I get a really sore bum on my bike, and then they go and try a saddle that you've maybe been trying. It took me years, years, to get a saddle that I find comfy. Once you get it, like, that's the one. Like, I suppose it's like trainers and a nice pair of socks. Every now and again my wicked stepmother from New Zealand sends me over a pair of nice kiwi merino wool socks. Not made for kiwis obviously, but merino wool socks are good. Just put your feet in them and it's like, oh. There's Wayne Barr on. Fellow Scot stroke Kiwi. Are we there yet? Alan Fairweather, along for the ride. Hey, wee Brendan Milliken, get on the bike. Wee Burnett. So, as I say, I'm here for a while. So jump on anytime you want. Keep fueled, hydrated. There should be a link in the stream on YouTube if you would like to donate to Strathcarron Hospice. That's the whole point of this. I know there's people done a lot more mileage wise than hours, and there's guys doing crazy things, and every little helps. So a lot of these places like care homes and hospices, and a lot of them rely on funding from holding events and things like that. Obviously they can't do that at the moment, so the only way is to try and do something fundraising wise to help these people out. Strathcarron Hospice, for those of you that don't know, it's located just off the Bellsdyke Road in Falkirk, Larbert kind of area. Every week through the summer, the Falkirk Bike Club, they organise like local chain gang round the kind of earth, round the flat roads round the back of there, and it's Murray usually that comes round with the wee bottle, the wee tin, takes £1 off everybody. They have done this ever since I was a kid, like ever since I was like 15, 16, going out cycling with it, doing the chain gangs and stuff like that. The Falkland Bike Club have always been really active supporters of Strathcarron Hospice and doing wee fun things like that for them. So obviously at the moment these group chain gangs and things like that aren't happening, so even though it's not a massive amount of money every week, I mean it's still a decent amount of money, because you go to these chain gangs on a Thursday night and there's upwards of 50, 60 people putting in a couple of quid each. So that's just another little bit of money that's missing to go towards helping Strathcarron. So that's the second time up Box Hill. 9 to go. Whoop whoop. Pete Bradbury. Already done 100k. No worries, Pete, man. Cheers for joining in anyway. If you want to come back on, then you should just be able to load up your screen and see my name at the start and join in, but if you've done 100k already, you're probably not fancying it, mate. Dropped. Alan Maxwell, that kit is horrific, mate. So on Zwift as well, you can go into the menu screen and you can but every time you cycle, if you look at the top of the screen there's a wee oblong blue thing ticking up. That's called your drops. So the more you cycle, the more that increases. Now you'll do challenges all the way around through all the, so for doing the full Prudential Ride London route, you'll get a badge and we'll win something for doing this. So you might win. It's like you're basically unlocking things. You're unlocking upgrades for your bike or your clothing, or so you can go in and basically swap things about and change things and personalise your character, your bike. There's faster bikes, there's slower bikes, there's mountain bikes, gravel bikes, and there's all different courses. So I just currently spent some of my drops. I bought the new Pinarello because I think the Tron bike's supposed to be one of the fastest, but I'm not going about in a glowing bike. Did that when I was a kid. One of those wee night rider things that hung up for the back of your bike. It's like a wee tail flag, luminous pole. I'll stop making that one. Cheers, mate. Get rid of this wee. So the wee drafting boost there, that gives you 50% more draft for 30 seconds. So if you're trying to hold on, suck a wheel, you just push that, if you've got one. and you can get a wee draft boost. Here's a sweet kicker again. Cheers, mate. I've been quite lucky the last couple of weeks. I've been on annual leave the last couple of weeks. Go back tomorrow. I had a good wee training block in. Got loads done about the house because the weather's been really good. So got all my chores done. A little tip for you when you're so Zwift's quite similar. Well, they've tried to make it as realistic as outdoors as possible. So you see how my wee guy just dipped down there? That's because I'm doing over 30k, I think it's 32k an hour, and he dips down and goes aero. Now when somebody comes past you, or if you're in the draft, your wee guy goes from here up to there, just to let you know that you are actually in the draft. It does give you pointers. That wee close the gap there. Gives you little pointers. So at the moment, I'm sitting up on the hoods. Wayne in front of me is down there. B. Stevenson. Bryce Stevenson? Nah, surely not. Maybe. How far we went? 30k. I'm not paying attention. See, I really need to be paying attention here. I should have been sitting on Wayne and Aldo there. Cheers, Brian. I shall shoot the link for Strathcarron. It should be on the YouTube page, if not on my Facebook. And that charity there, I just kind of really mentioned that 2 seconds ago, just regards to the with Strathcarron being just along the road from where we always train the local Thursday night chain gangs. And Gordon Russell, who is the main organiser of this event, I've known Gordon since we were kids again, through the cycling, and Gordon does a massive amount of fundraising for Strathcarron Hospice. He did the full actual Legog out in the real world. So Gordy approached me and asked me if I'd like to do it as well as part of the team. So, yep, no problem. And so we're doing a Scottish leg today. So the people that are all doing, they're kind of part of the Scottish leg of Legog. So there's me, I think there's another 4 or 5 people. Let's say Gordy's already on doing it at the moment. He's a few laps in ahead of me. Bruce Morris is on as well. He's doing his distance on the Uber Pretzel. And then there's a couple of people that are doing maybe 50 milers. All the accumulative mileage will be put together to make up this Legog distance. If we do more, then we might get a Legog or whatever it is up and back. Obviously, like 107 miles for myself, that's certainly not a normal training ride. It's certainly not the longest I've ever done. Today, obviously, like there's people that are doing stuff like this, and they're not mega cyclists, but they're just getting out there and doing something. A lot of people have got plenty of time in their hands at the moment. It's nice to help out. And the other thing with today is, today would have been one of my favourite races today, the Lincoln Grand Prix. Roughly the same distance, same amount of laps. I think the Lincoln's 11 laps. I forget after the third. It's just so savage. But the Lincoln Grand Prix is one of the coolest races on the British calendar. It's a very flat circuit, but with just one hill up through the Michaelgate, which is probably 15-16% cobbled climb, about the width of a car, for maybe 200 metres. Crowds are phenomenal. It's even to watch the Lincoln, it's a great race to just actually watch. So you've got that one climb up through the Michaelgate, up through the town, and then it's pretty much pan flat until you get to the other end of the circuit, and it's a very fast descent with a sharp right left. So if you manage to get up over the climb in a reasonable position, it's generally the next probably 4-5k that is ridiculously hard, because you've got the guys that have attacked on the climb and they've got away, and then you've got everybody else that's trying to get back on. It's just savage. And then once it comes back together, it just sits up until we start getting ready for the carnage heading into the Michaelgate again. Cool race. So as I say, that's roughly the same distance as this. Does that go the Russell again? Nah, is it? I've not just lapped out, surely. Good wee group this. I mean, they could have gave us sun. Like, come on. This is like Scottish weather all the time. I don't come on a computer game to ride in the rain. Can somebody get onto them and turn the sun on, please? It's nicer outside than it is in Zwift. Fourth lap. keep hearing me sniffing. Paying attention. Right, these guys are off. Get your finger out, Dave. Legog, that's it. It's just I think it would be a wobble if I ever did that. Don't know how Jamesy McDonald does it. That boy is made of something else. I'll catch up with these guys and get a wee tow. As we Aldo, almost never saw him there in his camel kit, blue bike. Ah, I see what you've done there, Aldo. You've got it matching your collar and cuffs. Your blue bike. Oh, I find myself something funny sometimes. Excuse me. I would have music on at the moment, but I never managed to find a decent kind of like free playlist that I could have had in the background, because as soon as you put normal music on, you get your stream whipped off by YouTube for copyright. So hence why they've got the headphones in. So there will be there is some music out there that you can use, but normally if I do it, I can have something on in the background, because it's not on for too long. But I just never managed to find a long playlist that's going to be on for as long as I'm going to be on this bike. I think this is us on our fourth lap of Box Hill, the London circuit. So far we have averaged 211 walks. Cheers, Ali. Which is a very decent pace. Must be about 35k an hour average. There's we Aldo, creeping up there with his camo. Come on Aldo, let's see that bike. Come on son, come past me. There we go, there he is. Look at that. Let's have a wee fan view at Aldo. There you go. Look at that boy. He's even got the gloves. Wayne looking slick as ever. There, my Pararello, that's nice. Set of lightweights on it. If you were to buy that bike in real life, you're probably looking at about 12 or 13 grand. Right, we'll just stick to the computer game, eh? Right, Swifters, back to me. Back to me. Oh yes, we're getting a power up at last. Feather. So the feather takes 9 kilos. 9 kilos off me for 15 seconds, I think. So we'll use that on the little kicker out of the subway. Because that's nasty. Oh, Gordy's got back up there. Well done, Gordy. Let's have a wee fan view at Gordy. Guaranteed his avatar has got a massive beard. Fan view. Oh, I'm going to know. Come on, let's see that beard. He's a Tron bike. That boy's done some climbing. I think to get the Tron bike, I think you've got to do, is it the equivalent of Everest climbing? 50,000 metres or something like that. I've certainly done that over the however many years. There we go, look at that. What a thatch on that. Good effort. It's not actually quite as big as his own beard. I think you're about something like 50,000 metres. But I think you've got to do it you've got to select it as a challenge. It's something that I've never done. And there we go, we're going to get a wee freewheel. A wee freewheel and a 90 calorie fudge brownie. So when you see your speed starting to drop when you're in the aero tuck, speed starts to drop, just a couple of pedal strokes just so that you stay in the wheels. And then when you get to the front, just have a wee freewheel again. Save a wee bit of energy. These are good. 90 calories. Sit in your pocket nicely. Tastes good. So this is where I'm going to use my wee feather. Oh. Boom. Oh, lovely. Wee. Switch my tunes off. Right, let's have a look and see what Gary's kitted out as. Right. There we go. Guaranteed no socks. Where is he? Where's Gary? Here he is. No socks. Come on, mate. Oh, I've got a wee arrow. Anyway, aero's a good one. Aero gives you an aero boost advantage. Very good for at the end of a race. If you do a Zwift race. Probably have to punch it. If you're doing a Zwift race and you're going to use your aero, you probably want to use it about 350 metres to go. I did a race the other day, that's on my YouTube channel, epic fail. I was in the front group, going for the win, and I pushed the button, and out happened. And then I looked up, and everybody had sprinted away and left me. A wee bit of Belgian chocolate. It'd probably been easier if we'd all everybody put the same kit on. It'd be good if they finally roll that out on Zwift, if you can design your own kit. It's another good thing about, cheers Dino, another good thing about Zwift is that, I mean, there's people, like, you end up doing races, events, riding with people from all over the world. A lot of the people you've never met before, you end up chatting to them on Zwift and just doing a ride on Zwift for them. And like, if you ever go away to some of these other countries, sometimes you end up meeting guys at a race or an event. It's quite cool. Quite cool, yes. Especially in Holland. I like the flat. pretty good temperature in here at this pace. I mean, if we're shoving along at this pace, somebody do the calculations for me. I think we're on, this is us just on, like this is us finishing our 4th lap, I think. So we're lapping in 26 minutes. And we've got 11 laps. So, say 2 laps every 50 minutes. I can't count. I need my calculator. I've been out of school for too long. See if we can keep a nice pace going like this, and we've still got legs left. We'll give it a nudge in the last lap. I'm saying that now. It'd be nice to finish with a good solid tempo sweet spot effort. Right, Box Hill again. I've lost count. This must be the 5th time, I think. I didn't want to hear that, Aldo. Can't it be? Nah, it's got to be the 5th. In 26, then that's has got to be the 5th, because we start Box Hill straight away on the first lap. So we'd have done 3 Box Hills in the first hour. Another one midway through the second hour, and then this one here. So, this is 5th. 5th. Cheers, Bradders. Stephen Bradbury, track 6-day specialist, ex-teammate, general all-round nice chap. He's riding for Vitus this year, or not. That's the way things seem to be going at the moment. Those guys are still doing some online stuff though, doing some of the Pro-Am races and some of the stuff on Zwift. They're a good team that year when Bradders was there. Will Fox and Jack Puller, James Gullen, good banter. DS, James Smith, they've all got soft now though. Apart from Bradders. Bradders are still riding. The rest of them are soft. Will is just chopping wood. I don't know what Gullen's doing. I think Gullen's working on a calf, doing some other bits and bobs. Gullen was phenomenal on a TT bike. Brilliant rider. Top 3 in the British TT champs many a time. Jack was alright as well. He was proper soft. He's on the e-bikes now. Raining again. Man, rain sucks. I hate rain. Rain reminds me of the day I nearly died. Literally. We did, I went to the Alps. Some of the guys from my work, Stevie Young, Andy, Gaz, Bruce, who else was there? PJ was there, and Gav May, somebody else. So we anyway we're staying on board the Wazon, and we were doing the Marmot route. So that was the Croix de Fer, Telegraph, Galibier, Alpe d'Huez, and when we left in the morning, it was raining. It was May, like kind of early to mid-May, I think it was. So I mean, it wasn't warm, but Scottish being Scottish, we're out there with the legs out, gilet on, rain cape in the pocket, to go over 4 alpine mountains. So we staggered the starts for everybody going. We did it in groups of like 3 or 4 because it was just different abilities. So we set off. Oh, there's Dale. Welcome along, Dale. So we set off and like our gaps or something like that, so we would catch each other. By the time we got to the halfway up the first climb, there was guys already coming back. I was just like, no. So anyway, we kept plodding on, and we caught the group that I was in, caught the rest of the guys at the bottom of the Galibier, and the Galibier was shut, and the barrier was over, and of course, when you get to that point, from Bord de Wazon to there, it's the same distance, whichever way you go. So we were like very responsible, and we still carried on. So I'd say to the guys, look, I want to get up and over this, I'll get you to the other side. So I pressed on. I'm soaked, absolutely soaked. You're going up these alpine mountains and the air's thin and it's getting colder and colder, and I got to a point just near the top of the Galibier, and there's an avalanche right across the road, and snow obviously. So I'm like, oh man, if I start like walking over this avalanche on the road and it goes again, like the guys will not even know that I'm buried away down this mountain under the snow. So there was some swift feet on that snow. I got over the other side, got through, got to the other side of the Galibier. I was so cold. You're like riding down the hill and you were just shaking like this, and your hands were that cold you couldn't pull the brakes very hard. Your rims were on carbon rims and the rims were wet. If you went too fast you couldn't actually slow down, so you were just constantly on the brakes trying to manage your speed all the way down. I got to the bottom of the Galibier and rode all the way down, I think it's a Lotterette, heading towards the valley, and I was like, just want to get this done. But by this time I was out of fluids, I was out of food, just in a whole world of horribleness. And as I was riding along the valley floor, this tractor came out in front of me, and I managed to get in behind it. Oh, it was so warm, just sitting in behind it, soaking in all the fumes and tucked in. And I was like, kind of getting a bit of life back about me. I was getting warmed up again, and then I saw Gaz driving past in one of the hire cars that we had. He was obviously going up to pick up the guys, the rest, or whoever wasn't wanting to carry on. So we got to the bottom of the Alpe d'Huez, and you can turn left, which takes you to the hotel at Bord de Wazon, or you can go up Alpe d'Huez. And I was like, man, I've got like no food, no drink, no food, no fluids. And I was like, if I go into Bord de Wazon to get stuff, I'll literally not do this climb. I'll just get in the shower. So just as I thought, right, I'm just going to do it, turned right, and I went on to the Alpe d'Huez, and the sun came out, and I was like, oh, thank God. and then just as I turned onto Alpe d'Huez, it was absolutely heaving. Like, I mean, there's cyclists everywhere. There was started riding up the hill and passing all these people, and on all the corners there was like feed stations and DJs and everyone was like, yeah, go on, and I'm like, what's going on here? So it turned out that it was a Dutch relay sportive on Alpe d'Huez, and I managed to tag on there, get some fluids and get finished. So that was awesome to actually finish it. So Gaz had went up to pick the rest of the guys up. Oh man, I've been dropped here. Too busy gabbing. So Gaz had gone to pick the rest of the guys up because apparently Bruce just lay in the snow, started covering himself with the snow to try and keep warm. And then they ended up going into the restaurant at the top of the Lottery, and they were all under hand dryers, and the woman was giving them towels, and so Gaz went and picked them all up. That's probably the coldest and one of the most amazing rides you probably ever do, but I think I'd probably wait until it was 15 degrees warmer. But yeah, nearly died that day. From the cold and from falling down an avalanche. Let's get some more food in. What? Well, the weather's rubbish out there, so get on Zwift, jump in. Talk of Miracles tune. Surely it should give you a lap counter. Knocking out consistent laps here. ETA 26:16, previous PR 26:16. Good pacing. average 214 watts so far. Feeling good. so Dale's just sent me a message just to say, I'm in, mate, we'll stay on for a good bit. I'll know it's you because you've got mahogany legs. Yeah, mate, it's doesn't matter if you're a good cyclist, as long as you look good doing it. It's all about the image. There's Gary back. Has he put socks on yet? Nah. I thought that's why he disappeared up the road. I thought he was going to go up the road and then pull over and change his settings. We sell a pair of socks. Is that, who's that with the South African guy? So almost 2 hours, 2 since 14. It's probably going to be looking at 4.5 hours at this pace. I might have to order a takeaway. Back off a wee bit. Where's Gordy? adjustment. Hey. Time are we on? Nearly 12 o'clock. Half 2 maybe. We're boosting around here pretty good. Vauxhall again. That's Gordy almost hit the 100k. So I think this is the sixth time up Box Hill. Sure it is. So pretty much almost just under halfway there. So food wise, what have we done so far? Right, so breakfast this morning, again, big bowl of porridge, banana, dollop of peanut butter and a dollop of honey, and that lasted me up until first kind of hour into the ride. I pretty much drank a bottle of diluting juice and almost 750ml of summer training formula. So that's a carbohydrate and protein mix. So this here's the equivalent to pretty much 2.5 gels, the amount of carbohydrates in it, plus you get a bit of protein in there as well. So we're not riding at mega intensity, so in terms of carbohydrate stores, I don't need a massive amount to be doing this ride. Just ticking me over. I've had 2 of these 90 calorie chocolate fudge brownies, just to give me a bit something solid to digest. And I say the intensity is low, so at the moment we're riding pretty much zone 2 most of the time, using fat as an energy source. So this is good in 2 ways. First of all, fat is a very, very efficient fuel source. 9 calories per gram in fat compared to 4 calories per gram in carbohydrate. So if you can train and teach your body to burn fat, it is way, way more efficient. So for any of you ultra endurance people doing big long rides, if you're doing zone 1, zone 2 training, this is what you're benefiting from here. It's using that fat as a fuel source. And the second plus point to that is you lose weight because you are burning fat. As soon as you start riding harder or training harder, you start burning carbohydrates. And a lot of, if anyone's ever raced or even gone out running or anything like that before, once you start getting up to quite a high heart rate, it becomes very, very difficult to woohoo, fabulous, very, very difficult to ingest and digest that food. So you don't have to ride hard all the time for it to benefit you. Most training sessions that we do and we prescribe at Espresso all involve a lot of zone 2 riding, but with specific intervals in there. So you maybe also notice that I'm moving about a lot. Got a funky rocker plate my turbo trainer's mounted to. It allows me to get out the saddle and move the bike about just like you do outdoors. I did a video on that. I did a race about a week ago and I filmed the rocker plate and myself. It just gives you a little bit of movement, freedom, especially if you're doing something as long as this. It's a bit more interactive feeling as well. It's good. AG. Just wanted to join and say a massive well done and thank you for your support. Work at Strathcarron Hospice. Thank you very much. You're very welcome. Gordy Russell, here's the main driving force behind this event today. The guy does a lot for Strathcarron Hospice. I'm just glad he only asked me to do 100 mile. Some of the guys have been doing charity events. Like Geraint Thomas did 12 hours, 3 days in a row. Some of the guys are doing Everest challenges on the up to Zwift. So it's basically 8 times up and down up duties, basically. That's a long day on the turbo trainer. I think actually doing something like this though, like streaming it, having some other guys, girls, riders riding along with you, it really helps. I'm really enjoying it, to be honest. I know just watching a bunch of people riding along isn't mega exciting, hence why we put the live chat up there, so if there is any questions in terms of I don't know, cycling coaching, fitness, nutrition, crack on and I'll do my best to answer them. Just don't ask me when we're going to get back out and race. Don't know. The good thing at the moment, because we're not racing, or there's not any events, it doesn't interrupt the training process. So I said earlier in the video, like one of the biggest races of the year was on to, it would have been on today for myself and a lot of the guys in the UK, the Lincoln Grand Prix. And it's one that you cannot go into tired, so you basically be tapering down towards that race. As you taper, obviously you lose some of that training load that you've been building up, but if you go into a race like the Lincoln fatigued, then you have no chance. So generally you're going to lose before a race, before an event, a big sportive, whether it be a sportive, a Grand Fondo, a race, you're going to be tapering like a few days before that. Whereas now everyone's still getting the opportunity to keep training, and we've been lucky with the weather. We're lucky with platforms like Zwift, Road Grand Tours, Big Ring VR, all these online platforms. And these don't have to be mega expensive to set these up. Most people have got an iPad or a laptop or a computer that'll run Zwift software, and if you've got a bike, you can do it the easy, cheap way and buy a static trainer, just a turbo trainer. You can get one of these for £50–60, and a speed sensor, and that'll get you on the platform and riding, and it does calculations based on your speed. As you get more into it, you could get yourself like a smart trainer that like I'm on now, and it basically does everything. At the moment we're riding through the subway and all these planks of wood, like I can feel them through my turbo trainer. When we go up the hill, my turbo trainer increases the resistance, so I've got pedal harder. When I go down the hill, as you saw in that downhill there, I can freewheel. Now that we're onto this concrete, my turbo's smooth, and then we're going to hit a wee hill here, and you'll see the speed just drops, and now I've got a huge amount of resistance on my turbo trainer. And this is just one of the platforms available. This is probably the most popular, well for sure it's the most popular, but there is other platforms with real world HD quality footage. So they basically went round the Alps or the Pyrenees or Italy or somewhere, even a race course. They've maybe went past, they've maybe done like Paris-Roubaix in front of the race with a video camera on a car, and they basically film it all, and it does exactly what we're doing now. The main difference is you don't get the interaction with other riders, and every time you ride that, it will always be the same video that you're riding to, but it still adjusts the resistance to your turbo trainer. Almost out of the Belgian chocolate. There's Aldo bailing out. Cheers, Aldo. So we're doing well, folks. Gordy Russell. So Gordy started at 9 this morning. He's done 104k, nearly 105k. So he's 25k in front of me, although he's in this group. So we kind of caught up with him on the road. And now he's tucked in nicely with this group. It's a rubbish day out there anyway, so jump in if you want. And you load up your Zwift screen, choose London as your world, and if you're following me on Zwift, then you will see my name on the rider list in front of you. Click, my name and ride with me. And then you'll join this group. The more that's in this group, the faster the group moves along. We had a good group of 6 for the first pretty much 2 hours. So thanks guys for helping out. Still 4 of us in here now. Myself, Gordy, Gary McDonald and Del Ditty. So scream if you want to go faster. I was talking about saddles earlier on, how if you find that holy grail saddle that works for you, then like just stick with it, stay with it, like, because it took me years and years and years to find a saddle that worked for me. So my favourite at the moment is saddles are very personal to yourself, your body. I say it's like a pair of trainers or a set of glasses, everything's specific to you. So my favourite saddle, Specialized Toupee, and it's a 143mm wide. So a lot of mistakes that people make when it comes to choosing a saddle is they look at it and they go, oh, that's a nice big wide comfy saddle, I'm going to have that one. That's not the way forward. You need your sit bones to be sitting on the points of the saddle. That stops anything else from really taking the pressure of your weight and rubbing away at things that you don't want rubbed away at. So you can get professional saddle fits. A lot of your local bike shops will do them, and all you do is basically go into the shop and you sit on a pressure pad, and your sit bones will mark on the pad. They'll measure the distance, and then you can buy a saddle that gets you in the ballpark of where you should be on. So I say I'm on a Specialized Toupee, a 143mm. Now this one that I've actually got, this is my winter bike, on my turbo training bike that I've got on here. And I've actually got the 153. No, it's the size up from the one that I normally use, just because that's what I had to chuck on my turbo bike, and it's generally fine for an hour and a half. Now it's slightly uncomfy, not crazy uncomfy, but it certainly feels different. So if you're new to cycling and you're looking at saddles, you're going out to get a sore bum, first of all, get that saddle fit properly. Go and do that, and then get a good pair of shorts. Right. The chamois that goes in the shorts is massively important. If you get a cheap pair of shorts, it will be a cheap chamois. It will not do the trick. If you want to enjoy your cycling more, the main things you have to sort out are your contact points. So saddle and shorts, feet, getting a shoe that fits you properly, and getting your feet set up correctly. And then another thing is a set of gloves. I ride, or I used to ride a lot without gloves. I would never race without gloves, but I used to train a lot without gloves, and I'm a very good bike handler, but I had a bad crash last year in Spain. It's literally the first day of our training camp. Beautiful weather. Came around a corner, not overly fast, and at the time of year, end of February, beginning of March, there's a lot of pollen, white dusting on the roads, which I never really noticed, and the front end just away it went, down I went, both hands. Must be doing 40, 45 mile an hour. As I say, not overly fast, but it's certainly fast enough to take a lot of skin off your hands. So my hands were in quite a mess, and pretty much always wear gloves now. Cheers, guys. I could be alone soon. So, yep, contact points. Sort your contact points out, you'll enjoy your cycling a lot more. And build into your cycling. Don't just get a bike and think I'm going to go and ride 5 hours. Build it up. Get used to it. Always liken it a bit to when I started learning to play guitar. Now, don't ask me to play the guitar, because I'm rubbish, but when I started playing the guitar, like, my fingers were absolutely killing me, like absolutely agony. And then I started developing little calluses on the end of my fingers, like just little hard bits, and it became a lot better and a lot easier. And it's similar to cycling. When you see people that, you see all these pros and they're out there 6-7 hours a day, I mean, they're used to it, but you don't just get your first bike and go and do 7 hours a day, 5 days a week. So we're down to 3, 4, 3, 4, 3. Jenkins. I think Dell will hang in for quite a while, I think. Sorry. My Scotch is strong. God, you're cracking me sitting beside you because you've done 112k. I'm going to stop so that I can claw some of that back. And you're going to jump off that bike and I'm still going to have like 30k to go. Kenny Ellis on day. So another good thing with Zwift is a lot of the pros are on it. So you can come on here and ride, and there's a guy like there's Kenny Ellis on day on there. I did a race not yesterday, the day before, and Brian Cockard was in my race, ex-Europe car rider. There's loads of events that a lot of the teams are organising as well, just ride-alongs with some of the pros, so for people that you never get to do that. I mean, like, did you ever get to play a game of tennis with Roger Federer or Andy Murray, but you can come on here and ride along with Chris Froome, Geraint Thomas, Cav, like Lachlan Morton, Lionel Sanders, if you're into the triathlon stuff. I mean, and they're very receptive to everybody on Zwift. So I've had a good training block the last couple of weeks. I've been off annual leave. For anyone that doesn't know, I'm in the fire brigade, so I go back tomorrow, just in time for all the grass fires and stuff like that. So hopefully with the lockdown a bit, it might calm that down a wee bit, but still a lot of people out and about, so I'm not expecting it. So for the last couple of weeks I've really focused. I've got a really good focused training block. Doing a lot of this stuff, zone 2, strength work. I went out and did a test yesterday, because I've not done any short-term power stuff because we've not really been racing, and there's not any light at the end of the tunnel, so short-term power I hadn't really tested. I went out yesterday and smashed my PB by over 100 watts all time. So the strength work that I've been doing is really beneficial, and I didn't feel overly doing the 1 minute effort. I didn't feel that I couldn't sustain the power. So when I jumped, normally what happens if you've not got the ability to hold that power, you jump high and it just starts dwindling down till the end of the minute. But I was up, pretty much held a good solid line all the way along. The differences between my 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 seconds were very, very minimal. So I'm really chuffed with that. There's Stuart Jarvie, local amongst Stu. That's us up to 4. Back on the train. give me a shout if you want me to talk about anything. Nutrition, training, racing. Fasted training. I'll have to get rid of the rest of this stubble for tomorrow. You'll probably see any, you can spot a fireman a mile away, because when they're on their annual leave, probably hardly any of them will touch a razor for that whole couple of week period. So like yesterday, oh man, I had this itchy thatch was coming down over my lips, and I was just like, nah. I mean, you know it's bad when you've got to use the clippers to take it off. I don't know how Gordy Russell deals with his. I mean, that boy's got a beard, and I'll show you. Where are we? Where's Gordy? Where's Gordy? Gordy Russell. Here we go. We'll go a fan view Gordy Russell again. So you see his beard on this, and this is like literally, that's not him. This beard on his avatar is literally a third of the size of his real beard in real life. He must use so much shampoo in this thing. A good effort. Where is he? There we go. Del Boy on an S-Works. Nice bike. Right, go back to me. The Belgian chocolate finished. So in terms of hydration, that's me done 500ml and 750ml bottle. Now we're not riding at any high intensity here. I'm going to say we're riding at zone 2, but it's still important to keep hydrated. Think of your body like a car engine. If you don't put water in a car engine to keep it cool, then you just melt it, and that's pretty much your body. We need fluid in the body so that we can sweat. When the reason that we sweat is that fluid that's coming out of your body is taking heat with it and protecting your muscles. The more you dehydrate, the more your muscles start to shut down to protect themselves. Fatigue builds in, and then eventually it just says Nah. So when you're doing rides, even if they're not intense, just make sure you keep getting those fluids in. You're not only helping yourself while you're training and making your training more beneficial, but you're actually getting used to that action of and the memory of I need to drink, and little and often. Same with if you're eating, little and often. Don't just go and eat a big massive energy bar, because it's just going to sit in your stomach. And your stomach's an organ, a muscle that needs blood to function. So a lot of guys, when they go out on their club runs, guys and girls, sorry, when they go out on their club runs, and then maybe stop and they'll do a cafe stop. And that cafe stop will involve a baguette, cake, coffee, and then they'll jump back on their bike and their legs will be like lead, absolute lead. So the reason for that is because all that beautiful oxygenated blood that is going to that should be going to your legs to perform the pedalling action is now going to your belly to try and digest your food. So if you're on the bike, if you're not stopping at a calf or anything like that, if you're on the bike and you're training, then and you've got some of these energy bars are huge. So, but you don't need to eat that in one sitting. A bite, just a nice bite of it every 20-25 minutes. Keep your energy stores topped up. It's going to stop you getting stomach cramps and stitches. And your legs are going to feel okay. You should have a lap counter on this. Sick of London by the time this is finished. So we're still consistently lapping. averaged so far 220 watts, and my heart rate's pretty much been 133 the whole time. Snack again. So in terms of food wise, it's not a huge amount there. And I'm not riding at really any massive intensity, so nom, nom, nom. Looks like the sun's starting to come out. Tannehill Cangups. There's a pro called Tannehill Cangups. Generally they've got a little tick, wee red tick at the side of them if they're pros. So again, if you want to jump on board, give us a tow. We're sitting roughly between 3 and 3.5 watts a kilo, 220 watts. Jump on Zwift and click on my name and ride with me, and it'll drop you right in our group. Just be sure to start pedalling as soon as it drops you in, and then it will keep you on the same route as us. Ride along and do as much or as little as you like. Part of this fundraiser for Strathcarron Hospice. We're over halfway now. Well over halfway. We got 93k we've done. I think it's 170k, I think, give or take. Aldo's still doing well. We hardcore Al, good lad. Dave Duggan from Canada. I've got a teammate called Dave Duggan. He's not for Canada though. I think Maxwell's got the hammer down. Gonna be Aldo go. Oh no, Aldo's away. I'm hallucinating. Vauxhall again. I lost count ages ago. So where are we at? So Gordy's on 126k. I'm just off the 100k. Still feeling fresh. There's a few pros on course today. Sun's out now. It's almost like they're following the weather, like we've got out there. So it's really easy to go too deep when you hit the hills. The whole point of this, like riding in zone 2, is to save as much as possible. You'll see the graph at the bottom of the screen there, where I'm pretty much blue all the way along. A couple of wee green sections. So this is my power compared to my threshold. And then obviously I've got that little red jump that I did there because the wee gap before that red bit is where I wasn't really paying attention, and the guys that I was riding with gapped me a bit. So I want to try and stay with these guys. The more people in the group, the faster we'll move as a collective unit, and the quicker we'll get it done. So we've been on for nearly 3 hours now. I say I've done a big 750ml bottle, 500 bottle, kind of a bit way through this one with my carb and protein mix in it, and I've started on this one as well. This is just water I've got in this one. So the reason I've got water in a bottle rather than all carb drinks is generally riding at a zone 2 intensity, not too hard. So I don't need a massive amount of carbs to do that, to fuel this ride. I'm burning fat. Fat as a fuel source, again, as I said before, is much more efficient at lower intensities. But every now and again, you just want to make sure that you do have something in the digestion system. So having little energy bars and stuff like that. So it's nice to have water as an after drink when you have something. So particularly things like if you're taking a gel or something that's quite dry, then drinking water after it helps digest it. Takes away that sickly feeling in the mouth as well, and the dryness out your mouth. Whereas the more and more you keep drinking sugary carb drinks, the stickier your mouth gets. You kind of get to that feeling that you're like, I don't want to drink anymore, or I don't want to eat, and that's not the situation that you want to get in. So you see a lot of the races, especially races like the Tour de France and Vuelta, and they're so hot, and the guys, they'll very seldomly be drinking carb drinks. They'll get most of their carbs from their food. So generally, in the bunch, the guys they're not riding hard. They're probably riding at this pace in the bunch. You'll have the guys that are up the road in the breakaway, and they'll be riding probably tempo, sweet spot, occasional bit of threshold. Hence why at the end they're all struggling. The guys in the bunch will be sitting in the bunch just like I am now, drinking, eating, looking after themselves, using fat as an energy source. Hence why they can all pour bottles of water over their face, keeping themselves cool. Normally you would get, if you got a bottle like that handed to you, the team car in the UK, and you poured it over your face. Your face would just be a big sticky pile of goo. So a lot of the pros, they'll get their food sources. That'll top up their carb stores throughout the day, and it'll also give them different stuff to eat. They'll have little things in there in their wee bidon bags, like rice cakes and Haribo and little brioche buns. With one of my favourite was a brioche. You get a brioche bun, and you get the individually wrapped ones, and then you open up your brioche bun and quarter up a banana. Put your banana in there with a bit of peanut butter, a wee bit of honey, squash it back up, stick it in the package, and you've got a cracking little treat. So you've got the carbohydrates from the brioche and the banana, also the carbohydrate sugars from your honey. You've got a bit of protein in there from your peanut butter, and also some healthy fats, and also from the banana you've got your potassium, so that's going to help a little bit with some of the cramps that some people get. Well, there's Bright dunking on. Good lad. Getting a good wee group now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sweet. Yep. clicks. Ka-ching. Achievement unlocked. Metric Century Kit. So there we go, Kenny Elizondo, pro rider with us for a wee while anyway. I think he's done his training. Nice for Trek Segafredo. There you go. Now you ride with World Tour dude. I've lost everybody. Are they behind me or in front of me? Oh, tune. Hey, what's wrong with you? Sorry you can't hear us. YouTube and that. I'll have my last hood. Can I play that? we're missing some of that group. Let's find out where we are. You're looking kinda down on me. Listen to what I say. Gotta turn around. Oh, shit. What's the rest of those guys doing? Listen to what I say. That's a name. Yin 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 yin. Why? Yin yin yin, that's a real name. Kenny Elizondo. There we go, he's taking the London Loop KOM for the moment. I'm going to take that off here on my last lap. After 150k. Where are we at? 106k. Sun's out. So we've had probably about 20 different people in the first 2 hours just kind of jumping in and out throughout the ride. So thanks very much for that. We've done a good average pace. I'm still sitting here at 220 watts. I've consumed 3 90-calorie bars. 3 nice, 27, 270 calories. There's a fair few calories in here, in my other one, which kind of negates the need for me to eat at this intensity. What about in the summer training formula that we use? So there's two that All Sports, a company that we use. They've got a winter training formula and a summer training formula. The winter training formula is just like slightly thicker and a bit more carb based, and when it starts getting warmer it's not the greatest, but they do a summer training formula, which is that one there. So the first bottle I had was Belgian chocolate, which is nice, and this one here is the I think it's strawberry or summer fruit. So it's like a very light milkshake. You still drink it with, you still make it up with water, but in terms of carbs and proteins, you've got roughly about 40 grams of carbs and I think it's about 9 grams of protein in that. Might actually be a bit more. The numbers escape me at the moment. So you can basically use, if you're out training, you can basically just, that's it, that's all you need if you're just doing normal intensity work. So we were doing our training camps, Lanzarote and Benidorm at the start of the year, Calpe area. We'd take a couple of bottles of that, a couple of sachets to make bottles up later on, and then just a couple of little things to actually have some food in your stomach. The key thing is if you are doing any efforts, if you're going out and doing, say for instance you're doing a ride like this, but you've still to put your specifics into the ride, you need something for after that effort. So if you're going to do a threshold effort, ideally after you've done that, or round about the time of doing it, you want to have something in there that is readily available, like sugars, readily available, so a gel or something like that, just so that when you do turn on the taps, you have got the energy source available to you and you're not diving into what you've been putting in your body here. This is your training mix, and then having something for your efforts. So I saw a message for Gordy there, he's lost the wheel because he was too busy messaging. But we've lost everybody else. Messages. Seconds behind us. Jesper the Buist sitting second on Keith Hill. Another pro. See, imagine dancing about in your living room with a table, a tennis racket, playing Roger Federer on the other other side of the world. So on Zwift, you see my message there to Brian. On Zwift, you can put in whatever weight you want, and the lighter you are, basically the faster your wee avatar will go. It's been a long problem with Zwift, is that people just lie about their weight. But hey, it's a game. Another good thing with this as well, if you're struggling for things for your kids to do, kids get free membership on Zwift. I think they've got to be over 5 and under 16. So they can literally jump on here for free, ride all these different worlds and on their bike. So there's loads of options available, things that you can do to, if you search it online, you'll get ideas of how to set it up for your kids. You can have just the bike lifted off the ground and stabilised some way and have a speed sensor on it, so it'll not give them any resistance, but they'll be able to pedal along and ride along. And then if you have got the option to do it, get their bike on a turbo trainer. Just something for them to do. There's six worlds on Zwift. So this is Watopia, this is London. This goes through the streets of London and uses the outskirts in the Surrey Hills. And it's most of the Prudential Ride London circuit. So the big pro event and sportive that goes on every year, and hopefully will continue. You've got Watopia, which is basically a make-believe world, volcanoes and a fake Alpe d'Huez called Alpe du Zwift, a jungle that they go through, mountain bike track, so you can choose that world. There's Richmond, which was the 2015 World Champs, I think, in America, Richmond, America. The circuit, the finishing circuit there. You've got Innsbruck, which was the 2017 World Champs circuit in Innsbruck. You've got New York, Central Park, so you can ride around Central Park in New York. They've funked it up a little bit by putting flyovers and stuff like that in it, but something different. And what's the other world? Innsbruck, Watopia, London, Richmond, Yorkshire. So they've got the Yorkshire course. Nia Evans. It's got to be Nia Evans, surely. So you've got all those different circuits, and they're always adding circuits, and especially Watopia, they're always adding little things onto Watopia. The other ones, that's generally what the circuit will probably be and stay, because they were former world champion circuits, championship courses. Alright, Franco. Which is really good. And the good thing with these is they usually put these courses out, like the World Champ circuits, they put them out well before the World Championship races. So all the pros are on practicing. And they're very realistic in terms of the GPS file on it, the gradients. There's Gordy. man down. The man down. That's alright because I'm catching some kilometres back up on Gordy. Gordy started at 9 this morning. So he's going to be finished. And I'm still going to have to keep going. Oh. The adjustment there. Andy Hodden, good lad. Seen him on this quite a lot now. So obviously my message to Gordy isn't showing up on the screen there. He asked where we were because he's lost the wheel, and I said we were just at the graphics on Box Hill. So then maybe about 30 seconds later he's sent a message saying that's him just approaching the graphics. So I was like, right, better get your finger out then. Must be a fair bit behind, because we've got 30 seconds showing, 33 seconds showing the right there. It shows you how quick the group moves along. Because adjustment. I'm just waiting on Gordy. He was too busy messaging and he got dropped. What? That's ridiculous. He's just freewheeling. And Brian's got a disc. You can get a disc wheel. I don't think you can get it anymore, but it was only available for a certain time, but he's obviously just freewheeling. Absolutely flying down there. It took like 30 seconds out of me just freewheeling. Cheers, Rob. Come on, Gordy. You're going to be stretching anyway. I don't know where he is. He's quite far away, I think. Right, you're way behind Gordy. Jeez, man. How far is he? Zwifters, Gordy. I didn't think he's that far, is he? Oh, he's not that far. So he's just about here. There we go. He's back. Gordy's back. Right. Pay attention this time, lad. Had a snack. You stopped for a curry? Back in the game. Right, let's get a shifty on. What we got? 120k. 50-ish k to go. Gordy's nearly finished. drop the L. I don't know where they went. Cheers, Ali. I think just people only paying attention. On Gordy, on the wheel. What's Gordy with? Right. That's us back on. Okay. Okay, right, back in, let's go. we've got about 50k to go. That's Brian, mate. So we're probably going to, I still feel pretty good. To be honest, I feel like I've been sitting on my bike for nearly 4 hours indoors. It's like that feeling you get when you're at the nightclub and you're dancing and your clothes are starting to get all sweaty. Horrible uncomfiness. I still feel pretty good. Nutrition wise, I've kept on top of all that. Got about 50k to go, so what's that going to be? Maybe 4 laps, maybe? We'll see if we can give it a wee nudge on the last lap. Finish off strong. See how good my aerobic conditioning is. And how well I've kept on top of my nutrition, because if I haven't, then I will pop my clogs. Mushroom cloud stuff after about 12 minutes of the final lap. Seem to be missing Brian. See if he's messaged. Should have had Greg Brown on this. Greg could have just sat there and could have sucked his wheel the whole way around. He loves this type of thing. Maybe not the computerised stuff, but oh, tunes are off. Something like that. This guy's just rode through the grass and through the wall. Where's everyone going? Are we having like connection issues or something? That'd be the worst. Imagine it crashes right before the end. That's why I always use my Garmin as well. Hill again. I wonder if Stuart's dropping out or where Brian's went. He's maybe going to give it a nudge on the climb. I don't know if he's I don't know if Brian's still riding or Stuart, me. No, Brian must have either dropped out or dropped out connection wise or just dropped out. Had enough. He wasn't supposed to be riding today anyway, so thanks for jumping on, mate. Gave him a company. Tweak of the neck there. What we got in here? Wee goodie bag. Oh. Easy to keep track. 90 calories. Wee carrot cake. Good to myself. Wi-Fi issues. Yeah, thought that. wish I knew what lap we were on. The orange guide up there. Looks like I've still got loads to do, but in terms of kilometre wise, I'm almost 130. I'm sure it's 170k, maybe a bit more, 175. See how my heart rate went up there, eating that carrot cake. Don't know if it was because I was trying to eat and cycle, or if it was just because I was excited to eat a carrot cake. If you are watching on whatever platform, thank you very much. It's certainly a lot easier chatting away and knowing that people are watching you. You kind of just jump off and chill out. You can imagine going into the gym, running the treadmill for 4 hours. At least we've got Zwift and a bit of interaction, chat, music, cakes. I'm reckoning 4.5 hours. I get 2 up here. Cheers, Stu. Good pace, mate. Aero. but getting a lot of ride-ons today. I think they just look at your distance and just go, what is that guy all about? Sorry, excuse me. Oh, chains are mechanical service. Back on. Oh, that arrow. Rolling down. Sucking the life out of these. Here's this nippy wee hill again. cheers, Gordy. Gordy's just clipped 100 mile. So it's 107 for the full Prudential Ride London route. I just missed that tune. That's a good tune. This one's good. Stella. Okay, 40k go, 40k. Ish. shotgun. Nice one. That's the root of my banter. At least I wouldn't be saying the same. She's fed up listening to my banter. It's probably her that got me into this. Go get him out the house for 5 hours. Right, we're all alone now. What have we got? Let's miles, 9 kilometres, 172.2. So where are we? 140, 50, 60, 70, 30, 34k, 33k. Right, we got a wee bit of food in. Let's fuel up for the last wee bit. And then we'll press on a wee bit. We'll pick that up later. headphones. So 4 hours. Bose. Quality sound is really good when they actually work. Half the time they just disconnect from each other. Pins and needles. So I'm riding a bit harder now, but still not like intense. Kind of riding like tempo now. Probably find my heart rate will be a bit higher just with being on bike for over 4 hours. Pretty warm now. Hydration wise, kept on top of that really well, and mostly zone 2 riding, again using fat stores, so I still feel remarkably good at the moment. Had the odd wee bit of food there, 390 calorie bars, had about 4 of them, so tick me over. Still going strong, Gary McDonald, right? Still feeling alright, mate. Nice wee time trial at this, that one. If he was going faster. Ah. Well, there's the headphones gubbed. Bose. Oh yeah. Just when I need music as well. This still counts. At least they packed in on the downhill. I'm going to get these all sweaty. Sweaty. Heavy. We're in. Right, we're back. Oh man, what a sound. These are awesome. Beats wireless sound cancelling. Sound cancelling! Can you still hear me? Right, we're in the zone now. El Porco, that's your French cousin, Franco. Wanko Porco. Lost a bit. Hydration is important now, very. Tap it in. Just a little tapping. Tap, tap, tap it in. Tap it out. warmer. Especially my ears with these things on. Cheers, mate. My chat's a bit crap now. I'm nudging on a wee bit. Still feeling good though. I'll let me go now. 12k. Tell you, I've drank more than I thought about anyway. That's almost 3 500s, 2 750s. That's me, clicked 100 mile. Still a wee bit to go for the full crew loop. Full crew loop. Feeling it now. You know, my legs really just shoulders, hands, oh, pedal, shoulders and hands. Hot a wee bit. see if I can get top 5. Yay! Cheers guys, getting to the end. I think I've got my distances wrong because that's me over 107 mile. Oh well, I'll just go on with it. You coming on and asking some questions. Hopefully I didn't bore you too much. Didn't go back and watch this for 5 hours. But you can click on and watch for the 5 hours. I've not got my heart rate on there. So there's the data for you. Two 750ml bottles and three 500ml bottles and four 90 calorie fibre 1 bars and a bowl of porridge. And the reason that I didn't have to eat as much as that is because I rode zone 2 for pretty much the first 4 hours. Managed everything all the way through, using fat as a fuel source. It's very efficient, and then in the end there I was still managing to knock out 4.5 watts per kilo for the last couple of laps. So if you train right and eat right, you'll get good results. And that is the end of that day. Thanks again, folks.